Hello. Good. Oh wait, no. I I created a greeting. Hi. Yeah. I'm still on. Yeah. Hi. Yes. It's me, Dream Career. Koala Mai at your service. Yes, we're continuing our dreams last nightmare in Hinamizawa. Uh, yes. It's already been a month, Jenny. Really? You know, hang on. Actually, oh, doesn't feel like a month. Yeah, it really doesn't. Honestly, it kind of feels you're always here. For every stream, it almost feels like you're always like you've always been here. When Cody comes back, I'll give Cody VIP too. He definitely deserves it. Yee. Yeah, thank you for supporting me for a whole month. Thank you. You say streaming? Oh, I know. I didn't want to start a new game. Oops. Whoops. I wanna continue the game we're already playing. Okay, yeah, we read all of the tips, so on to chapter 10. My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. Chapter 2 or 3? Yeah. I believe we were chapter 2 or 3 of the, it was the game before that. It's the game before this one. Yeah. I believe once we finish this one, we'll be halfway through, like, the Higurashi series. At least all of the main stories. There are a couple side ones, but I'm not sure if I'll stream those ones, to be honest. Especially since I have such a long list of visual novels to get through. Hello, Arlie. How are you? Good evening. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm doing good. I hope you're having a good evening. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party at around 11 p.m. We all helped to clean up, with the woman washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the man folding the cables and putting them away in a storeroom. It only took about... Hello, Hazen. You're painting your Warhammer minis? Nice. I'd love to see them when you're done. Yeah. Daddy is also a huge 40k nerd. He actually I've become quite in actually a couple of weeks ago I wanted to do an ASMR stream where I read 40k like Warhammer lore. I thought that would be a fun stream. Yeah. I think that would be really fun. Making a world eaters master of executions and ASMR Warhammer lore would be dope. Yeah, we can start doing that. Why not? So it's heresy. It only took about 30 minutes. Everyone left, one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonosaki successor and was back to being her normal self. Because lore-wise, I love the Loyalists. It's great because lore-wise, I love the Loyalists, but I have more heretics than Loyalists. Crazy. Maybe I overexerted a little. I was lying on the Tommy's floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car. So I told him I'd rather not move anymore. Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Granny will get mad if she finds you. By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Sion? No, tomorrow is our school's anniversary, so there's no class. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh, so she's lying then. Oh well. Okay, Kasai-san. She can stay here tonight. Understood. Good night. Come on, Sion. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room. Oh, sis. My alter ego told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice. When I stop, he always takes that one extra step. I might not have woken up at all. What are you implying with that, Shion? I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned the lights on, and went to sleep. At least that's what I thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. You mean like vor, Shion? or is this just a metaphor? Is this just a metaphor? I'm assuming it's just a metaphor, but you know. Mion's futon is empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left it a while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there, down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. Where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in this silence. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me. After almost managing to forget it in the ruckus earlier. I tried to sense my surroundings. In this house, there shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from one of the nearby rooms. That room belongs to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She is very strict about her bedtime. Hi, Chris. So it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped up the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly. Yeah? I generally do like streams like this pretty late at night. It's like a vibe. But you know, those young ones went too far. You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama angry, so I guess they got what they deserved. Mion's voice sounded cold, as cold as the one I'd heard in the torture room. I held my breath. The police, they say, are investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano-san. My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro-sama got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. What was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down, breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it made sense that whatever has happened, it made sense whatever it was happened to them. No, I need to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. It's going on a lot. Did they say Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was like going into the sacred ritual storehouse that you're not supposed to go into without permission. Yeah. If I were a deity, that would probably piss me off too. Just saying. They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we stuck into the ritual storehouse. Then that would mean Keiichi and I were also... Then would that mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse? Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite the hag's room, further down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. It was then I felt someone behind me. Of course, there was nobody there when I turned around. But there was someone there a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotion, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if somebody was watching me listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red like it was suffused with blood. Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me. I remembered what Rena Ryugu had said on that rainy day. You'll be okay if that's true. Oyashiro-sama won't get mad at you. If Oyashiro-sama wasn't angry, nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something was following me. What is it? Calm down, calm down. That's right, Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what happened to Satoshi-kun. Everything he's going to is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's right, that's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama. You feel someone is watching you from a distance, and it follows you. A creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back. When it watches from right behind you, after that, you start hearing an extra footstep. I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rena Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had they actually been talking about me? But you start hearing it even inside your own house after a while. Then, Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you when you're sleeping in the dark. Right by your side, waiting silently. I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. Yes, me. It had been about me. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? It was when I actually felt something that was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was open and close my mouth, as if something was stuck in my throat. Oh! It was Mion. She looked even colder than how she looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense. Then she'd come out of the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers. Sorry. I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't let a phone ring so long this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone. This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yes. Goodbye. Mion put down the phone after a short conversation. What did she mean? Make sure nobody talks about this. Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Did you hear? Which conversation was she asking me about? She had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me? I don't... I don't know what you're talking about. Mion pulled my collar, pressed her nose against mine, and continued to speak. Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon Tomitake-san and Takano-san. It's very unfortunate. It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror. But what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold. Sis... What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Tomitake-san killed himself by clawing out his own throat. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. Terrible, isn't it? Tomitake-san clawed at his own throat until he died. What? Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry crawl up my spine. I also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot. Why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion? I'm asking you because I don't know. I don't know. Don't you see, there can only be one reason. Please don't talk as if I already know the answer. What do you mean? My heart was pounding. I felt like my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it. Don't you know? It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry. The first year, it was the manager of the damn construction site. The second year, it was the traitors to the village. Third year, it was the pacifist. Fourth year, it was the relatives of the traitors. I'd always thought the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. That reasoning is a bit flawed. Did I ever think there'd be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think I'd be the victim of that 5th incident? Tamitake-san snuck into the storehouse. He clawed out his own throat until he died. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and again and realized that those people are absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonosaki family was capable of it. The Sonosaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonosaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonosaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. Mion leaned against me before falling into the dark hall, before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun, but since I was too tired and sleepy to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved, but Mion and the hag knew everything. Satoshi-kun. Now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. She's lost the plot. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference. I don't think... She finally cracked. Yep, she's crashing out. She's crashing out. I didn't think she'd ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. I heard an indescribable electrical sound and the hag's lights went out. Do you think an elderly woman could survive something like that? Like, I feel like an elderly woman may or may not survive like a stun gun, maybe. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long. Likely not, her heart wouldn't be strong enough, yeah. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after being knocked out with a stun gun. So I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground storeroom was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion had told me about this once. I had never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. They were all in Mion's handwriting. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap-on the flashlight, so I put it on my shoulder. That way I'd have both hands free to carry Mion in the hag. I loaded Mion, then our grandmother, into the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working. But it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. Yeah, she might be dead. This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remember him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun and that I should never use it just for fun. Uh-oh. So, not only is it just a stun gun, it is also like a stun gun that's more powerful than a regular one? Yeah, sounds lethal. She's dead. She's dead, or she needs like medical attention like now. she's yeah. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily and turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was no illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so to finish what I needed to do before they woke up. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. Proper keys was here. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air conditioning coming in through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and saw nothing but darkness. I felt along the wall to find a light switch. I turned the switch on and the bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave, it looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I woke up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars, and rammed against them with all my weight, and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. I never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person. But now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure. The effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found the wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands in the armrest and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specifically remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she would answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, the relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear. I left the hag there and headed for the cell. Shion, what do you think you're doing? She talked like the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now. Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in here, huh? As the acting head, I order you open this up. You don't sound so scary in there. You should talk more like a leader, don't you think? Though, talking that way will only make you look like a fool. There's nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. The silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak. Tomitake-san and Takano-san are the victims this year. I didn't expect that. What an idea to burn Takano-san to death. But actually, she would be the kind of person I'd prefer to die that way. Maybe she's satisfied, huh? Mion didn't say anything. She just stared at me to see how I proceeded. What about the way Tomitake-san died? He clawed at his own throat, right? Did you give him a shot of some kind? Was there a torture device that did that to him? Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly. It's boring to not get any answers. Do you have any idea what will happen if I get angry? How would I know? Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful. Hey, Mion. As the successor, why don't you tell me? See, I just had too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi-kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her one other thing. You know there's no point in trying to resist, don't you? Mion glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff. We've come this far, so there's no point in hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation or even mercy from me, sis. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened. Okay, here I go. First, about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the dam conflict? I... think so. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor is simply a messenger for Granny. Yeah, right. But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I believe that you're just a messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay, so you're saying everything about the curse of Oyashiro-sama is decided by the hag herself, right? I assumed she talked to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. But even if she decides by herself, Grandma uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? And you're telling me you don't know anything? No. She doesn't use me for that. I really don't understand myself. But it's like I take care of problems on the surface, and someone else takes care of problems on the underside. Oh. Who's the one who takes care of these underside problems? I don't know. Haven't you seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year, around the time the curse happens. I don't know. I really don't. Mion shook her head. Okay. Let me change the question. Why were Tomitake-san and Takano-san chosen as victims, even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they snuck into the ritual storehouse? As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted. The ritual storehouse? Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude Shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. If they did that, then it was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them. Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the forbidden storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it, didn't mean that they all believed in it. Although they were told they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed. What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I shouldn't just waltz into the storehouse. But to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew that, did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition, but they also know that if an adult found out, they'd be in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamizawa, it's something more serious. Mion explained to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Oyashiro-sama and how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're obsessed with a very strong, they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion toward Oyashiro-sama. Mion went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately. But even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister. I see. But Mion, doesn't the rule say that one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to become a sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found. But there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that? Mion doesn't know that besides Takano and Tomitake-san, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse. So I tried to lead her a little. I know that doesn't make any sense. Maybe Takano-san's burnt body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention for her was to vanish. Or, I'm not sure, but... What? Just say what you're thinking, I won't get mad. Mion hesitated a little at first, and then started to speak. Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage, so maybe... Maybe what? Maybe the 2 other people will become sacrifices and get demoned away. Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, Shion, we're screwed. I think we're cooked. Mion's words were stuck in my head. It's over. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger. 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean that Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it was really strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. I would have been the one to wake up in a cell. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. Part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maebara was doing right now. I didn't see him in any of the cells, but I couldn't guarantee his safety. Takuma-san and Tomitake-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maebara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But if he was still safe, I'd need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion has already been demoned away, and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, I would also be fine. It'd prove that nothing would happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her, but actually, I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman who was also known as Empress Sonosaki probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Me and her successor is the complete opposite. She spoke readily, but I didn't have to do much about anything. Mion had always said she was only a messenger, and that someone else was taking care of the problems on the underside. It was possible that Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face. But at the same time, I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. Well, there are only ones and zeros in the world. She believed there were numbers with decimal points. In other words, she could never be cruel. If the hag thought the same way as I do, it was very possible. The one who took care of the problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashio-sama. If the hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy is a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag. Someone would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. The mayor? Because of the way Tomitake-san died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. Oh, the director of the Irie Clinic. Irie? In this isolated village, Irie was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic and working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality and really respected him. There's nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. If Irie was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there's only a slim chance of Irie being X. The main reason being the hag wouldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she'd never trust him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among the relatives once. Although Yuri was famous, he was an outsider after all. He wasn't born here. He had to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as the director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries or about the villagers' underside. If she was as suspicious of others as I was, then she'd only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. You know what's very interesting? Shion couldn't be the successor because she wasn't born first. She's the younger twin. However, personality-wise, between Shion and Mion, it seems that Mion would probably be the better successor. Shion's a lot more calculating. And Mion's just like, I just want everybody to get along. Please don't fight. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Yeah. Because, you know, like, he's cold and psychopathic, yeah. It's like, Shion said, like, even if she was, even when they were kids, anytime, if, like, Mion was ever given a cookie, she would always cut half and give the half, and give one half to her. And Shion said, like, I wasn't like that. If I got the cookie, I would just eat it. I think that's very telling. Yeah, she's very telling of what kind of person she is. First people who come to my head were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rika-chama out and the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise Empress Sonosaki. They were of a similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside of the family conflicts. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonosaki house just before Watsunakashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The one who murdered Takano-san and Tomitake-san. The mastermind behind the series of mysterious deaths that have been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. No, elevated, yeah. I was fearful of possibility of being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized whoever it was, this person had gotten Satoshi-kun. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now, he was going to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased, I was chasing too. When I realized all this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened, I was threatening too. Now was the time to settle the score for Satoshi-kun. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me. The only emotion that can defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely took over my fear, I felt as if I were reborn. Why don't you wake up, Empress of Hags? I kicked her wheelchair rather violently. But that didn't wake her up either. Are you just pretending to be asleep? I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up. Even then, the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Damn, kicking the disabled. You know what would be a fun game that we can play? Hang on. So I think we're up to 2. Okay, wait, no. So we have 2 counts of assault with the taser. And then yeah, and then if we currently count, I would say we also have like 1 count of wrongful imprisonment. And then I would say another count of aggravated assault on the grandma, so 3. Let's say we're at 3. Yeah, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. Yeah. Claw, good. Okay, good night, Arlie. Sleep well. 1 count of aggregated assaults. Yeah. 1 count wrongful imprisonment. Okay, so that's 4 then. Okay. Fiona has now committed 4 crimes so far. See how many crimes she commits by the end. But then the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large scale, none of them being particularly handy. That's when I saw a cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. Is he gonna add torture to the list? I think so, yeah. We have an ad break, so I'm gonna quickly get some water because my throat is it feels it's a little scratchy. So I'm gonna get some water real quick. And then we'll see more crimes that Shion is committing. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Hello. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Portrait time. Can you see it? You can't see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind. I lit it in front of her eyes. I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want that. So, won't you quit pretending to be asleep? There is still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid. I think she's dead. So I guess we'll take that. Change that aggravated assault out to murder. Eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. She hasn't checked for a pulse, so... That's true. She's like doing all this painful stuff and she's not reacting. I turned the lighter off, then felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either. Oh, there you go. Did she? Yeah. Did she die from the stun gun? There's no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even if she could endure the pain, anyone would reflectively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes. But she didn't. I turned on the sink water and aimed the end of the hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high. By squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now? I knew she wouldn't talk. I didn't expect her to end up dead. I'd never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead frustrated with what I had done. But she felt no warmth or pulse and still needs to check for a reaction. She might have been huffing copium. She might have been huffing copium. We all know that how much Shion loves her copium. Like, no, she's not dead. She's just a little cold. Come on. I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down. And stay cool. Calm down. Stay cool. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. Female human-like being? Human-like? What are you implying there, Madden? That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, women are from Mars? That's crazy. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. Women are from Venus, men are from Jupiter, to get more stupider. I remember hearing that in grade school. People would say that all the time. Yeah. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. I wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I should have let her live. Damn children. I didn't realize that until now, and that's why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. No, not just death, Shion. You killed her. You murdered her. Unexpected death. All I did was just stun an elderly woman with an illegally modified stun gun. That is probably way stronger than a regular stun gun. That's all I did. Like, how was I supposed to know that she would die from that? Come on, you can't expect me to know that. That's oddly specific. Is that all are you going on a diet? Is that all you're allowed to have? It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. It's not my fault. I didn't know someone could die like that. How am I supposed to know that you're not supposed to stun elderly people? I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive her for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun. But Carl, that kills people. Same energy. Like, all I did was shock her with an illegally modified stun gun. Shion, that kills people. Come on. Shion. For so many years, she cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I don't know, I feel like that would have been pretty painful, but, you know, go off, sis. Go off, girly pop. Your neck is very sore? People die when they're killed. I picked up a whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make sure the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up, then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child hitting things with a jump rope. I pretended it was a whip. But unlike then, I'd made a purple mark on the hag's face, and reddish black blood started oozing out. Should we add this to the crime? Is this desecrating a corpse? Does this count? Shion takes you too. Does this count? Is this desecrating a corpse? Is that... I'm not sure if it is, though. I swung it up then down again. This time the whip hits her on the head. Her hair flew in the air. No, don't tase yourself. Why would you do that? I saw a bunch of her hair on the top of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of her skin. It seemed the whip had ripped a part of her scalp off. I continued to hit her with the whip. I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, with each point having a fish hook on the end. Oh, so it's, I forget what it's called, so it's one of those thingies. Those hooks, added to the speed of the whip, not only scratched the victim, but tore their skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face is getting bloody. Desecrating a corpse? Okay, that's 5. Damn, she's racking these up, isn't she? The hag's hair was all messed up and her face is getting bloody. She started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. It almost felt like thousands of maggots were crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently. You deserve this, you fucking demon hag. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. There it is. The person who had been watching me. Since I snuck into the shrine storage, I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room. It enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. How long have you been here? You should have said something. It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. I see. Rena told me. Are you Oyashiro-sama? I smiled boldly. And yet, I could feel my body shivering. You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro-sama and that the curse of Oyashiro-sama really does exist? Come on. Who would believe something like that? Huh? It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I think she's lost the plot. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse. Oh, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know. No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I'm gonna leave her body here forever. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick, and it's best if a body doesn't exist. Not even in this secret underground torture room. I exhaled to try to calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kessa used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled his story about the secret torture room of the Sonosake family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans could be heard echoing from there. And about halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading to the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. I'm thinking we should still add torture to the list since she hadn't confirmed the hag was dead prior. You think so? Yeah. So would that be 6 then? She had the intent? Yeah. I feel like eventually we'll probably add identity theft to the. Should we? Well, I guess not. Pretending to be someone, is that technically identity theft? Because he is planning on pretending to be Shion. That is a federal crime. Okay. So just like walking around and like telling people that I am this person when you're not is a crime? I thought it was just like if you like depends. I guess it depends on what she does. To what extent are you pretending? I know if it involves like money and everything, then yeah, that's pretty bad. But if she just goes to school and says that she's her sister when she's not, we'll put a pin in that one. The room was supposed to be. Oh, so far I don't think she's committed identity theft. I don't think so. No. You know, because like for a lot of time, for the last little while, when like people saw her in town, she'd just be like, "Oh, I'm Mion," and like twins do that all the time. I don't think any time a twin just like pretending to be their twin for one reason or another is just like identity theft, right? It's more akin to using someone's identity falsely in documentation. Okay. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor. Neon, do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in this underground torture room, and it's connected to his hidden secret passage. I'm the King of England. Yeah? Did you hear some noise earlier? That was me whipping the hag. Neon didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip. Don't worry. I won't whip you. But if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Oh, so at this time, Mion doesn't know that their grandmother is dead. Next time I won't use a whip. Down at the end, do you see a cell in the darkness? It's in there. Mion pointed weakly. I looked down to where their finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot taller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow, and I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course, there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming she'd lied to me, but after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. This opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of a rock inside the shell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allow you to see inside well enough. The cell's not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there are many cells inside this huge cave. You'd think that one of them was hiding a secret well. The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything. But every little noise I made produced echoes. You're the Great Lord of the Ring. I mean, yeah. If we can just say that, it's okay just to say it, right? As long as you don't do anything bad. Right? Just saying is fine. You are a lord though? Like in like the Reverend Lord? Really? That's crazy. I thought you were like a lord in the sense that you own land. But every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell this was a very deep well. I brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man-made one at that. No, that too. I own land in Scotland, which legally makes me a lord. Yeah, okay. yeah. I heard about that a while ago. If you own land in Scotland, that makes you a lord. It's very interesting. And you're really? Real? Since when? That's crazy. I didn't know that. It's very interesting. You have all kinds of really interesting stories, don't you? Yes, the Madden lore runs very deep. It's crazy. There were wages on the wall, like a lot. There were what wages? There were wages on the wall. The walls were getting paid. um, walls have a. Really? That's crazy. And order walls have a bank account and a 401k. There were wedges on the wall, like a ladder, and they looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. Very, very interesting lore indeed. I don't have any lore, I'm just a girl. You had no way of knowing whether it'd take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were the tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. You know, that's crazy. Who would have been able to go down this well? I mean, no, you're not wrong. The was a plot. That's crazy. Who would be able to go down this well without hesitation? Nobody in their right mind would go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead after all the while. Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? I know for Teddy's actually an ass guy. But I understand what you mean. Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? That's crazy. I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. That's crazy. I feel the same way. Why would I go down the well where they toss the victims of this torture room? I went back to the torture room and returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Mion screamed. Shion, are you gonna push Granny down the well? I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Yeah. What's I doing? Oh yeah. So I guess 7. Improper burial. Improper like disposal of a corpse. That is also a crime. You can't just dump a body down a well. Mm-hmm. Oh, 2 also disposal of evidence. Okay, so that's 8. Damn, Shion's cool. Hashtag Viking burial. That's not a Viking burial if you throw her down a well. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know. You've done a Viking burial? How could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her, even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. It's legal and not desecration of a corpse. Ah, okay. Huh? You uncovered her ears and shook her head. Everything that I said seemed to bother me on. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point. Oh, you could do that. I mean, like, well, she fucking hates her grandmother, though. I don't think she would've. She wouldn't send her off in such a cool way. Shion, why did you do this? Let's see. What do you think? Nobody said anything for a while. At this point, one less crime isn't gonna lighten her sentence, though. Hey, the Sonozaki family has a lot of money. They might be able to get her a really good lawyer who might be able to, at the very least, negotiate, at the very least, maybe not get her the death penalty. Just life imprisonment. Sleep well, Madden. Good night. Just life imprisonment. You know, it's better than the death penalty, or maybe not, depending on who you ask. Exactly. Collect all the crimes like Pokemon cards. Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence is soon broken. Satoshi, is this revenge? I don't know if it's really called revenge. Since it happened so quickly, I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Neon. Now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill Grandma. Do you know what that was? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi-kun. It's because she lied. I slapped the hag's head. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nail, she would forgive everyone. That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails. I did what you told me to, right? Neon, Shion, I followed everything right. I did everything right. I followed all the rules. But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi-kun disappear. Why? What was that for? I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then and it felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but her hair got on my hand. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell. After Satoshi-kun disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi-kun was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house had nothing to do with Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Yeah, You lied. Lied. Soiled it. My shouts echoed throughout the cave. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I'd used up all the air in my lungs. I believe you don't know anything. You aren't even sure if the old lady actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi-kun because of what I did. Good old Shion, nothing is ever my fault, Sonozaki. Absolutely. Always someone else. She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun. Liar. Damn it. Give me back Satoshi-kun. I want him back. I want him. I kicked the old bag's leg repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaking noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Mion is still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes. Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were lying to me, well, you'll have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's lost the plot. She's gone. We might be cooked. Alright, 183 and 185. Her mental facilities. Her mental faculties are cooked. Honestly, they've been cooked. I don't think she was quite the same. After Satoshi disappeared, I think something snapped back then. I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. A quick attitude exorcism. I feel like this notebook here is just like a treasure trove. Like a prosecutor would be frothing at the mouth for this notebook. It's so incriminating. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of its own. And to positively have knowledge of how the crimes committed. I mean, like, there's straight up a confession in there. It's like I didn't want to kill her, but I did. Like, it straight up says I killed her. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonosaki's family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries. And they know a little bit about the ministries their relatives run. But none of them know everything. Good night, radio. Sleep well. Also, I forgot to thank you yesterday for resubscribing. Thank you. There are ministries that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And there are some smaller ones that Aria runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I can interrogate her is a huge loss. What happened yesterday? You resubscribed? Well, not yesterday. I think it was 2 days ago. It was on Wednesday. Yeah. I forgot to thank you for resubscribing on Wednesday. Notebook page 185. The head of the Kimiyoshi family. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Sleep well, sweet dreams. The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house, most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called it the second most. My parents are still high in the hierarchy, but stir caused by my grandmother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proves how much the hag valued us, despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seems to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported the police station, gossip, and rumors going around the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution himself. The fact that my father and the hag have this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information at work, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a curse execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it. I mean, if her father is directly in charge of if her father did turn out to be in charge of that, would she kill him too? I was having such a happy dream. Chikoshi-kun was in the dream. He was leading his normal, everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Yuri and I acted normally around him because we knew that's how mature people should act. We welcomed him back as if he had been there with us this whole time. Although he hits well in practice session, he doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi-kun pouted as he mumbled. Off to the Lululand population one. Alright everyone, get in, loser. We're taking a detour to Shion's Delulu Land. I felt tears pouring down my face. Oh. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonosaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. Dream is a dream. I wish I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams. That's why we always wake up. I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream, because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me. Satoshi-kun? Did you come back? There's no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wish it'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. Ah, that's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold. The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone. Hello, Sonosaki residence. Sorry to call you so early, it's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping? It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in. Yeah, you probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you? Sure. What is it? Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. I'll be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall, starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that? Yes. I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonosaki residence. Good morning. Sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Morning. Kasai-san. Good morning. Is Shion-san still there? I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no. Or I could play both Mion and Shion. Shion was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you. Oh my god. This is so insane. I decided to play two parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. Kasai. Morning. Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today? Of course not. I feel miserable. Kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okinomiya? I can have someone pick you up. I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation. I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear? About what? You know, the incident from last night? Yes, I have. How truly horrifying. All the past victims were war criminals from the Dam Project, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that? I don't really know. As I wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Do you know why those two fell under the curse of Oyashiro-sama? No? I heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say he couldn't believe those people were chosen as the victim just for sneaking into the storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic. I see. That was stupid of them. Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said. By the way, Kasai, actually, I did too. Did you go in? Yeah. You went into the ritual storehouse, Shion-san? Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san and Tomitake-san. Remember Keiichi who just moved here recently? Him and me, to make 4 of us. I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I had never known him to act this way before. Shion-san, do you remember what happened last year? What a snitch. Yeah, she's fucking dragged Keiichi into this with no reason. As I said, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this? Last year it was 3 nails. So maybe 5 nails this time? Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little. But is it really that terrible a thing to do? You're related to the Sonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand? But I've been living in Okinomiya all my life. Since the old woman hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. And that sigh told me my excuses would be useless. Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can. But there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides, I'm sorry. Shisa's here, I've got to go. See ya. Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me, who had been my ally all my life. am. I could hear the sound of the cicadas, the sound that made it like I was being cooked in a large, huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter, but I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anyone to go in. Then why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika-chama said that the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had to change to that cheap one. That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. Then I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I had already passed the point of no return. There's no use thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off in apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swings at the park before, as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only a short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I were up really high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than that fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. That was in short the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Yonsono's highly unstable, never. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There's no guarantee that I'd ever find firm ground. If I stopped, there's only one fate waiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here, guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I can accept my life not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. I clenched my fist tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This was my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it, for what purpose, and why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I'd have to say is that she hadn't been feeling well since Watsunagashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, maybe I start telling them I wasn't feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. I mean, if she hadn't crashed out and, whipped the grandmother's body a bunch of times, she could have just taken the body back to the house, put the grandma in the bed, and then people would be like, oh, she was old woman died in her sleep. Done. You know? That could have worked, but Shion is crazy, not smart. Yeah. Yeah, we're not playing 4D chess here. I mean, she was older than Moses, and they did say a few times she didn't have much time left, but she had to crash out, right? All she had to do was just like have a little bit of impulse control. But this is Shion we're talking about. When I became Mion, Shion would automatically disappear. I had already told Kasai that I'd snuck into the shrine sword, so he'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The last person I'd had to think about was the fourth one who snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Meibara. Maybe I can use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei-chan, you're going to be my bait. I felt a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. I had gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. It was almost time to leave the house. Mi-chan, you're late. You waited? You should have just gone ahead. Hey, Mion. Your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too. Mi-chan, are you not feeling well? Rena put her hand on my forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold. Mi-chan, you're a little bit warm. It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know? What's this? Hey, Chan, are you worried about me? That's nice of you. I always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought they would tease me, but they didn't. I just think you shouldn't push yourself too hard. We can tell the teacher that you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Okay, let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's time. Look, we need to run or we won't make it. This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off the sluggishness. Let's run. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. I'd made the same mistake before. I never learned, do I? You think Mi-chan is doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate. It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, girls have those days when they just don't feel well. I don't have those days. Nipa. Neon's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Keiichi Maibara. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. That would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took the bait of of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Buying him at school like this wasn't good enough. I should have him meet with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger. Got your favorite character? Absolutely not. So glad he's dead. Jesus Christ. Maybe we should set up a strategy together. I didn't think Kokichi realized how serious a crime it is to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents had been related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings, and maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert. I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I had been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh? Mion? No cutting class now. It looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too. But it didn't feel as good as it looked. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah? Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. And, well, I had a bit. Gulp. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. Are you hungover? We got Mion Sonosaki for slander before GTA 6. Absolutely. How old are you? Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or brook, got it? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan. I stopped Keiichi. In response turned around. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, it depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, Did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere? Shion not be success challenge. Difficulty impossible. I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonosaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonosaki. You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, don't you? You remember Kei-chan? When the four of you were talking during the setup the day before. I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them or not. I'm gonna be completely honest. This whole plan just seems like far out of Shion's like ability, like mental capacity wise. Like I don't think she. This is like 5D chess. I don't know if she can do this. Can't remember. I might have seen them or not. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He really wasn't that intelligent at all. Well, she ain't equipped for that. Yeah, she thinks she's like 5D chess master, but she's out here playing checkers. Absolutely. It's because she's too impulsive. She's very impulsive, very emotional, so... Well, that would make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Although, when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was about at the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now. I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I had expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not. Yeah? I had asked him that yesterday? It must have meant that Mion Sonozaki had asked him that question. In other words, she asked him that after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she'd said she had no idea we went into the ritual storehouse. Shit. Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiichi couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me. That's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it should still be an interesting game. Well, I don't believe that you're doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. Did you just ask him all that just because you wanted to fuck with him? Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion. Perfect twins. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. The hack had a few footsteps. A few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house. Ah, Neon-chan, I'm glad you're here. Hey, Shimiko-san, can I help you? Today was her turn to help me to come help out at the house. She'd arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She'd called, but there was no answer, so she'd just been standing there, not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night. I see. Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you, she's just sleeping. You know what would also have helped her a lot? Because, like, if she was smart and decided to make it look like the grandmother had died in her sleep, and then she's pretending to be Mion, that means she effectively becomes the family head, and everything that the grandmother would know, she would now have access to as the successor. She just boned herself. All she needed was just a little self-control, a little restraint, and she would have been able to do exactly what it was that she wanted to do, but she just makes everything harder on herself. She's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up just yet. You know how she is, right? Once she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again. Yes. That's too bad. I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's leave her alone for now. Shimiko-san bowed and left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed to Mion's room, set her alarm clock for 2 p.m. and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. Maybe I'd get in touch with Keiichi. I'd have to call him. There'd also be a staff meeting at the Furude Assembly Hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They're all authority figures in Hinamizawa. I I'd be attending in place of the hag who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People should have noticed that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more. Then fell asleep. Then fell asleep as if someone switched me off. Hello? Ah, this is Sonosaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk? Do you have time to talk right now? Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with the hangover, same as Mion. What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that the Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there's no way he'd notice on the phone. I never knew that playing two roles would be so much fun. To feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to this situation. Or maybe my senses had gone numb. Oops, sorry. Ah, Zumi, hi. Yes, hi, hello. Lazy bird temp. What if I told you I forgot the password to my original account? Whoopsies. Well, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit again. Hello, Zumi, how are you? My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. We decided to meet in Okinomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa. I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recall that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errands, she rode her motorcycle. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle. I tried to get to Okinomiya before he did. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster after all. There are hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here either. Oh, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Hmm? You're a little unsteady. You didn't get much sleep last night either, did you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis, after all. Hey now, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errand first. You don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Okinomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to Hinamizawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush there while making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late since I needed to hear. But since I needed to hear everything they're going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This was the Shishipone Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This was where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up the huge staircase to get there. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as we walked through the automated door. Unlike outside, it was very quiet here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All libraries smell the same. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It was really quiet. It really was very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned the books, I invited him to the inner section of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. This was exactly where Takano-san told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about the things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mart too? I told him the reason why the Sonosaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there's a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could control an entire area. Hello, Beck, how are you? Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonosaki family was, he couldn't understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a number of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonosaki or are relatives. There are Sonosakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they only have the Okinomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected to official offices? Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all about the Sonosaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The artwork channel? Yes. Yes, you can post in the artwork channel, yeah. I do want to see it. The way he viewed Shion Sonosaki was changing little by little, too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about Mion Sonosaki, successor. Then I changed the subject like Takano-san did with me. I go on to talk about the curse of Oyoshio-sama, and then the series of mysterious deaths. So then, the Sonosaki family it's pretty famous in this area. Yup. Crazy, isn't it? Oh, it's the #1 op. A fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation. Oishi, why is he here? Hello. Good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I would give to be young again. Oishi the Chad. Good old Mr. Delicious rolling up to the party. Ready to fuck up Shion shit. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us, Oishi-san? What timing? It couldn't be a coincidence. I knew this man too well. Mr. Bombastic. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here just couldn't be a coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? Japanese Mr. 555 is crazy. From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me that he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oichi was aware I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? It must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there are plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to be seen with who was. So they had to have seen who was last with the victims. Fuck. He just wants you to go talk to him in his nice air-conditioned car and maybe have you to confess to a murder or two. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? Everybody confesses to a murder or two when they're nice and cozy in the car, right? You know, alright, not just the murder, to the 8 crimes that she has committed so far. 8 crimes and counting. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oichi knew I was hard to deal with. That was why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Maibara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. Please don't joke like that, they might actually kill me. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposefully talking about the things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave or he'd continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that anyway. A damn fat weasel, big fat weasel. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, do you? I realized that I couldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. You'd won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you have something to talk about today? Shion? Turns out Oishi just wanted to chat and hang out because he's genuinely a cool guy. I just wanted to vibe. I just wanted to vibe, you know? I thought we could get, he gets some coffee, we could just like talk, you know, just vibe, you know? No, I'm not doing anything right now. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call you at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. How do you do, fellow teens? Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. The next stop was the staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's Assembly Hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if they were just celebrating the end of the Watanagashi. Today's staff meeting was likely going to be strange as the Sonosaki family's councils. Yes, this staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area. Is that Mion-chan? The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must not have expected Mion to come alone. Normally, it would either be the hag by herself or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Annie's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was in a bad mood. I smiled bitterly in sympathy. So you're here as the Sonosaki family representative, then? Has Oreo-san told you anything? Sort of. What did he mean, has Oreo-san told you anything? It's kind of funny how they're like, oh, that sounds like Oreo. Like, oh yeah. Yeah, that sounds like something in fact, she's probably done something like this before. Which is probably why they're all like, oh, okay. Alright. Alright, just let me know when she's like in a good mood again. The staff meeting was usually led by the mayor, the head of the Kimiyoshi family. Granny rolling up to the meeting in a hell of a mood after a bender. And he asked me, as the substitute of the Sonosaki family head, if I had heard anything from her. Then I realized who was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. No, Kimiyoshi-san. Do I really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order at the family councils, any substitute for the Sonosaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There is no way I could do that. Don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's something you've heard from Oreo-san, just let us know, okay? Kimiyoshi, why don't we get started? Everyone's here now. The smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, It was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. But somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika-chama had called in absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of this meeting, I don't think the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she'd usually do at Sonosaki family councils was draw pictures on a notepad. She'd probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Mika is actively a small child, so it's not like they're liable to take her seriously anyway, yeah. Like back when her parents were alive, they probably just like brought her along because, you know, they kind of had to, but like there's not really a reason for her to really be there since she's so little. Besides, they probably don't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained. When everybody was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone felt quiet, and the secretary stood up. Everyone, thank you for coming today on such a short notice, despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Please excuse me for staying seated. Yen-chan, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at Watsunakashi yesterday. The festival was a great success as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it went great on the whole. Let me see, how many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up. Everyone laughed except me. I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation. An applause with only 8 people doesn't sound so great. Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi-stan will still lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead. Thank you, Ken-chan. Let's start now. Sorry, could you close the curtains? Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with all the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. A police vehicle discovered Tomitake-san's body on its way back to Okinomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomitake-san and Takano-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural office departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture. The body has been identified as Mio Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. As he finished, there was a dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then I noticed Kimiyoshi-san looking at me. Ah, this is where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak. Mion-chan, has Oreo said anything about this whole thing? Everyone looked in my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Oreo, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. It was me. I was her. Oh no. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyoshio-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. Great, she's LARPing again. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? After my question, everyone whispered to each other. I'll tell you. It's because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within. How dare they? A few elderly men got up and yelled. The fools. I can't believe this. They deserve to be killed. Oyoshio-sama, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did that happen? Lotus Wonder, thank you for becoming a pet rabbit. Oyoshio-sama. This is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault. The angry old men yelled even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Katsuya had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying that they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in those elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they all believe that those people deserve to die for trespassing is what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of was that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. If they were to find out I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it is very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then I was certain. The people in this room were true believers in Oyoshio-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyoshio-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yes, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone would act in collusion and say, I never attended today. If they all testify that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here in that at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonosaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at this moment, I didn't have to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please be silent. Hey, quiet down. Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remain. People became reckless. People once more became reckless upon hearing that, but Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them and they settled down. Umitake-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse has yet to fall upon them, but there will be some kind of punishment. Everyone stayed quiet at the time. They had all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were thinking that the kids I mentioned could be their own relatives or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry that it almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sonozaki has already... I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He had adored Shion as if she was her own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he would look. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back as if my skin itself was making a crackling noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him, and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after hearing I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside of me. There's no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words. He suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke. What about Keiichi Maebara? Not yet. I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure. All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Oh. Can you spit on me? Thank you for becoming a pack rabbit. I guess I can. Haktula. All 4 who snuck into the ritual warehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Keiichi Maebara is no exception. Chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks, shrewd looks, and looks of people who are about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues and head out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse had yet to fall upon. And so, the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were to get in touch with either head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonosaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hinamizawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it cooled down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. Kimiyoshi-san, do you have plans after this? I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped. No, I don't have anything planned. Can you stop by my house? Does Oreo-san want to see me? Yes. She wants to talk to you about something in person. Okay, I'll stop by. Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonosaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hags, but he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while. Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait. Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. I sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. I mentioned my name and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people of the Hojo family. She was forgiven after ripping out her nails, wasn't she? Yes. 3 nails. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while. Where is Shion-chan now? In the basement. How is she doing? Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger in the assembly hall was just an act. She's been crying. Mion-chan, tell me, what is Oreo-san going to do with Shion-chan? She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she's truly furious. At home, hi, hope everyone's enjoying the late night. Hi, Jay, how are you? Yeah, you vibing. Going to the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make. Uncle Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion? Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 nails this time. Knowing how Oreo-san is, she won't hold back just because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might even be more harsh, especially because they're related. Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse. That's not something that can be forgiven so easily. Indeed. It's sacred after all. But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She's been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse, but maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was. Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion-chan. Other than the tattoo on my back, how could you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born. Such is the family precept. The hag put her hands around my neck right after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day, we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and the sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both Mion, and at the same time we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. That was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. One day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated. Mion-chan, I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives. You're right. That's something Oreo-san needs to work on. If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she isn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away. Mion-chan, does Shion-chan regret what she's done? What the hell happened? That was weird with the chat box. I'll need to fix it, it's been acting really strange. Yes. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder. I don't know, I just saw the chat box like glitch or something. It was weird. Shion doesn't regret a damn thing. She does not, no. OBS is weird. Yeah, it's probably just OBSing. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and then slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she's done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. Really? I'm sure Oreo-san will be furious to hear me say anything. But I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion-chan regrets what she has done. And I'll beg for her forgiveness. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. He said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away? Like Satoshi Hojo-kun was last year? Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me. Oh. He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family we're talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven. Uh-oh. Oh no. Huh. A brat of the Hojo family? Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim? Those Hojo people. They were traitors and tried to sell out the whole village. And of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all. Huh? The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her. Uncle. Didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven? Take care of that? What do you mean? Remember? 3 nails? She removed 3 of her nails? Asai-san, Uncle Yoshio, and then Satoshi-kun. 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people. Hmm? So that's why it was 3 nails, huh? Oh, what? Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails? No, I don't think so. Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. Oh, wait, is it like one for Kasai, one for her uncle, one for herself? I don't think they considered Satoshi in all of that. I heard that too. But what? Asai-san, Yoshio-san, and Shion-chan. That makes 3. What? Reserved. Eh? What? Huh? Eh, what? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky, then the ring finger, and then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move, but I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. If my middle finger was for Satoshi-kun, I'd have to endure the middle finger was done until so that Satoshi-kun would be forgiven. That's why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? Uh-huh. Mion, didn't you say Satoshi-kun was forgiven? Didn't you? That's what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Or did I? Huh? I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. It was then My true self stood right in front of me and nodded. Although there is no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible. She's absolutely tweaking. She is. Okay. I don't want anyone to miss anything because I feel like things are about to go down. So I'm gonna take a quick water break during this ad break. I will be right back. Hang on, my phone turned off. Hi. And yes, hello. 1 second. There you go. Why do you think Satoshi-kun got demoned away? Huh? Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserve the curse of Oyashio-sama. But Satoshi-kun was simply their son. What has he done? Eh? Mio-chan? I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Oryo Sonozaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro-sama would fall upon all the Hojos. Wait, Mion-chan. That's not true. She didn't decide that? No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family. I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that. Nobody did. Then what did you say? And why did you say because he was one of the Hojos earlier? Sorry, Mion-chan. That was... I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as someone has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea was spread like a virus among all the villagers. It didn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not. Because he was a Hojo, he was filthy. That infection of an idea is the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea. You couldn't even think straight anymore. I can't... what has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a Hojo, that's all. What kind of crime is that? Why did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime was he committed? Kimiyoshi's upper body went backward and fell onto the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket. Dear God. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was, well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's just how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths were done in secret now. Of course he didn't hear about it on the news. I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then, do you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course, the police are still investigating. But that's being performed in secret too, though. I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You can essentially say that they're interfering with the police investigation. I can't believe this. People died, and yet they're dealing with everything in secret. If we break it down further, that means no matter who dies in the night of the Watsunagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I ever heard. Hey-chan, remember how I said that before the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. Yes. That's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. The perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro-sama takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa. That's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infecting everyone with the idea that the enemy from the damn conflict deserved to die was the root of all of this. What is it, Teddy? It was that system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family, created by its head Oreo. Are you playing the Doom game? One thing that must be mentioned about the command system is that the person giving orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oreo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. You're very, very brave for surviving. Good job, Teddy. Though Oreo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. But when the chance arose, anyone who knew Oreo's intentions would potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oreo would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they knew all the things would collide just as Oreo wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter than the damn conflict. Anyone could be the one to execute Oreo's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oreo's expectation in different ways. For example, they came up with false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes. I had finally figured out how it all worked. Phrased in a more organized manner, it would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who were unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was a region of solidarity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bonds became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse. It was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oryo Sonozaki herself, and that's why she would claim that this system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they all didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryo Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was. But Oreo made enemies out of the construction itself, and therefore its manager. She chooses targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy, and that the construction site manager was the enemy commander. Using the same method, she labeled one another as an enemy of the village, practically cataloging the list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Earlier, I had used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously giving orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that was when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oreo combined those two elements, a solitary region, having the same moral standards, and then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Oreo's system didn't require an order at all. Oreo just had to become concerned about the enemy she pre-selected, and that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Oreo's concern was like a safety device. Even when the safety device was off, the curse didn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for execution. The night of Watanagashi. The night to venerate Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Oyashiro-sama falls upon two enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as a fact. In other words, if the same incident took place any other of the 364 nights of the year, it would have been nothing more than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of Watanagashi, then it would transform into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The idea that the villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of Watanagashi had infected them. The villagers... Yes, hi, hello. Eden, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit, welcome. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murderous system and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself, and the very system of Orishiro-sama's curse is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved. How much. It was like pulling a weed and while being very careful not to break its roots. I announced that Keiichi Maebara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that fact had already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maebara was an object of the curse of Orishiro-sama now. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Orishiro-sama. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger of Orishiro-sama. The set date of the curse was already over. But it was like what happened to Satoshi-kun. Demoning away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, careful not to let my enemies simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go to the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed that he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He was feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was going to work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. Sleep now, so got lots to do. Good night. Good night, Jay. Thanks for hanging out today. How the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? Are you going to take responsibility for this? Shut up, I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There's no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I had already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief. Hello? Kimiyoshi residence. This is Sonozaki. So, did you find the mayor? Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is. We've called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny. She says that we should have the youth group look for him. At this time of day? Besides, we're not even sure if he's really missing. It's right after Watsunagashi. She thinks we should be cautious. If the youth club can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. I'd rather not get the police involved, unless we really have to, though. Did Oreo-san say that? Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone. Oh, no. I understand. Okay. We'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning. Please call the leader of the youth group then. I'll be right over in Granny's place. Thank you. We'll get everyone together right away. See you later. The youth group has gathered at the Furude Shrine. They're going to try and find the mayor. I also had to go, in absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know that I was headed to the Furude Shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab in the keychain, this underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for ritual implements. It was this man who was yelling that whoever trespasses on the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse. He was there now, atoning for what he had done. It was pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. How are you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi? Clink. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but he made a noise with the chain. Kidnapping. 9. Everyone is making a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now. Was this mean or what? Kimiyoshi could only make noise with the chain. He didn't even express any emotion other than anguish. Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? Even if it's a little longer, you'll feel better. Kimiyoshi's hands were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain, which was strapped tightly around his neck too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with a chain pulling him up toward it. The chain was very short and pulled very tight. Kimiyoshi had to stand on his tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself. You told me earlier that you didn't know, but I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo-kun. Oh, sorry. Can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chain a little while we chat then. I turned the pulley just a little to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles. Really don't know, Shion-chan. I really don't. You don't know if he's dead or alive? I really don't know anything. Well, I guess that's how the curse system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible you really don't know anything. Okay then, I'll change the question. As the head of the Kimiyoshi family, I'd like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi-kun. Is Satoshi-kun dead? Or alive? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. If he said he didn't know, I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That would be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was that I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. I didn't ask him to tell the truth. But he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood and get me to loosen the chains around him. He was awfully trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain. I've heard a rumor that he may be alive. About him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right? The police have seen him in Tokyo or something like that. Oishi had told me that Satoshi-kun had been witnessed getting on a bullet train heading to Tokyo at Nagoya Station. But the police didn't know if that really happened or what became of Satoshi-kun after that. Therefore, this was simply a random assertion of Kimiyoshi's. Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family. What would be the point of letting one of the cursed family members live after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this information? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but he never mentioned it to me. Uncle? If you're saying that just to make me happy, it's not going to work. You know that, don't you? I reached for the pulley pulling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone set him panicking as he feared them tightening once more. Sorry. I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion-chan. I'm sorry. I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi-kun, that's all. I know that. I'll answer you. I took my hand off the pulley. Seeing that, Kimiyoshi began making loud groaning noises to try to show that he was thinking hard. Be frank with me. Do you think he's alive? Or dead? I think you shouldn't think he's alive. That figures. There was no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you. I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi. The police think he ran using the money he saved to buy Satsuko's birthday present, because he was the main suspect of his aunt's murder. What do you think about that? Well, I heard that the culprit was some kind of drug addict. What do you think about that? Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I believe Satoshi-kun is the culprit. The drug addict was probably a decoy Grandma arranged. I've suspected as much. That guy appeared out of nowhere. I didn't understand it at the time. So he was a decoy. I'm pretty sure. Why do you think that, though? The police were investigating the case, and Satoshi-kun was their primary suspect, wasn't he? If he was going to be demoned away, he didn't want the police to continue the investigation, I guess. What Kimiyoshi said was very interesting. He's perfectly correct. If the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi-kun. Therefore, the hack came up with a decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. But fabricating a suspect can't be that easy, don't you agree? The only person who can't do things like that, is Oryo-san. I knew Grandma was very powerful on the underside of Hinamizawa, but I never knew she was that powerful. I'm sure you heard quite a few rumors during the dam conflict. Didn't you also hear things directly? During the dam protests, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives, destroying their heavy machinery. Or can we set up a checkpoint to blockade their construction vehicles? They set free their comrades in the police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I'd seen relatives do those things, as well as the head calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed. But when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world. You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right? So it really was a kidnapping, huh? I heard the grandson was demoned away and found in the middle of the mountains at Takasuda or Yagochi. That was at Oryo-san's command. The minister promised to stop the dam construction, and the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-guardians know that. I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening, but I didn't notice. The hag, the three families, and the ex-guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying. Kimiyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy, but the more Kimiyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized Satoshi-kun really was dead. That made me very sad. Who actually demoned away Satoshi-kun? I don't know. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryo-san's orders. He was right. That was how the system worked. So that was a bad question. Whoever it was did a great job. Because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy. Putting aside who actually killed him, it's possible Oryo-san has helped to get rid of the body. You know about the well further down from here. The one used to dump bodies, don't you? Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than to bury it somewhere in the mountains. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. That was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That's why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then Satoshi-kun is at the bottom of that well? I grabbed the flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all the cells. As I turned on the lights in the cave, Mio noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. I was still very impressed by how the well was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone a flashlight at the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light of the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom. I inhaled, then screamed into the well. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down using the wedges on the wall, but with the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. And even if there was enough lighting, I didn't even know if the wedges were sturdy enough. It'd be like committing suicide. Satoshi-kun was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head, for sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi-kun, Satoshi-kun. I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you were still alive. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There's nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could do after I was dead. Hoshi-kun, I want to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm gonna jump, so please catch me. She's padded room mental now, absolutely. Satoshi-kun smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you are alive, Shion. Shion, it's so important to be alive, you can't waste it. If you aren't here, I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi-kun. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you. Live. Do I have to? Live and enjoy your life, okay? What's so fun about living alone? You'll find out, so long as you're alive. To live. I will live. I'll live. The airy well now felt warm. I wasn't allowed to go down to the bottom, but the edge of this very well was the place where you and I could meet. Mion. Higurashi-kun. I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he? I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be. Mion started to sob. You weren't there when Satoshi-kun was killed, were you? No. If you were there, would you have begged Grandma to forgive him? Yes. I would have begged for her to let him live. Liar. Huh? Oh god. On that day a year ago, I just recalled how cruel Mion was then, when she forced me to rip out my nails, acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi-kun was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi-kun was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought she would save him. Even as he heard the family head read out his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. He believed she would stop him, but she didn't do anything. He was strapped to a restraining device, yet she still wouldn't do anything. Mion was cruel. Mion? Isn't it about time to help me? I see. I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't even show a hint of compassion. This is the same, just so we know, this is the same, just so we know, this, Shion is the same girl who, crashed out and nearly, killed 2 young girls by throwing a desk at them, a year prior, so just saying. Just saying, I don't think you have a leg to stand on when you're talking about compassion, just saying. Just saying. Remember what you did to Satsuko last year? That sucks. Help him, help him. Why? Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you, begging him to help, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even when he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. You pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried. I tried to support him. Even you didn't protect him from killing him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing. But it wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi-kun. I couldn't help him. Do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I was kept away from Hinamizawa and nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything. But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything, and you knew everything, and everyone told you everything. If I were you, I could have helped Satoshi-kun. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. That name isn't just yours. It's mine too. Besides, it was mine to begin with? Wait a second. Oh my god. What? Wait. Wait a second, wait a minute. They said that they are identical twins, and they would often switch places when they were kids. And then one day, when Shion was taken to an amusement park, they were separated from good. So that actually explains so much. That explains a lot. Because like I said earlier, like Shion's personality, she has more of the personality that you would expect to be the successor of this type of family. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh no. when they got separated that day, oh my god. Oreo probably acted just like her in her moves. Yeah, so Shion is Mion and vice versa, yeah. Yes, and because when they got separated when they were little kids, they could never switch back again. And then Mion, quote unquote, got the tattoo on her back, and now they could. And oh shit. So they were kind of just stuck. I just let you be Mion, remember? It was mine. Give it back to me. Give me my name back. I can't stand that I even look like Mion. If I were Mion, then I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again and again. Mion curled up tearfully in the back of the cell. It was as if she were trying to prevent the bars from crashing down onto her. Holy shit. Notebook page 188. After that, I joined the youth group in search for Kimiyoshi. I went down to the council's phone dictionary and called to see if he had visited. Then I had the group split according to the circular notice divisions and sent them to search the town. Everybody seemed to be assuming that they wouldn't find him. But since I knew they definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were all still enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning. I had heard somebody whisper. Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing. The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, there must always have been some people who were yawning and grinning on the inside. When did we stop searching last year? Do you remember? Hmm? When Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing? Oh, what time was it? I guess it was around midnight. It was already 2 in the morning. Although they had spent this much time looking for Kimiyoshi, they didn't do the same when Satoshi-kun went missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said they should leave it to the place. I want to kill the people who said that. Oh, alright. Oh. We're getting to the end. Yeah, I think. How many more chapters are there left? There are 3 chapters left. So we should finish. We should probably, depending on how long the chapters are, we will probably finish the game next week, which is perfect. The fact that they're forced to be each other for so long is nuts. Yeah. And they never. That's so crazy. I mean, how do you think that, like, Mion feels? after having to in having like she's not built for that life, and she had to deal with that ever since she was a little kid. She's not built for that. She's a kind, sweet girl. She can't handle that. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be playing Eye of the Somnium Files at 4. I think I will. We'll see if we'll finish that game up. Tomorrow might be a pretty long stream. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I will see you guys later. Thank you for coming. Good night.